there on the now muddy track, as this will be a race taken off the turf, like we said. And so I went to the 5 Hay Kitten there. Has had a start over the offgoing, but definitely a horse that I think prefers synthetic or turf. So I might have to change up my top three. But I did go 5, 2, 6. Divine Charger included in there, not just for the hunch play with my last name, but also a horse that certainly deserves to be in a top three. Jimmy?
Well, I went back to Divine Charger. We did the hunch play last time. I think the horse ran opening weekend here, and I'm going to use her again. Daughter will take charge, and she is the 6-5 favorite on the morning line. Now, the 6 Shannon is another one who had okay dirt starts, but I think that was against some good solid fields, and she woke up on the turf, and I was really looking forward to seeing this one on the turf again. Flo up top had that big day at Saratoga yesterday, coming back here before he heads on to Del Mar, and then Hey Kitten. I would have rather seen Hey Kitten on the turf, and to be honest, I don't know. With this coming off the turf here late, I expect to see some scratches in here. I don't know that she'll stay in on the dirt, but
Yeah.
If she does, she's well drawn in there.
Certainly. So race number 7 is a maiden special weight race. As I scroll back up on the trusty iPad here, but this one is the distance of 1 mile. I went to the 2, 3, and the 6. This one for the 3-year-old maidens here. And I'm on yesterday because that says Legionnaire. So, Jimmy, I'm going to have you take it.
Yeah, Straight Maiden Girls here. It's sponsored by Run Happy. It starts the final pick 3, and there are a couple of scratches. The 1, 4, 10 are out. Now, just reminded the 13 did draw in here into this race. And, Megan, I end up going with the Chad Brown horse, stretching out for the first time. Number 3, Run Up the Score, daughter Lord Nelson, who I think should jump well and show a little pace today on the stretch out. And she does have some speed directly to the inside of her in a horse that will take some money. But then after her, I went for some long shot plays. Number 5, My Lily May in here. Now, this one has been knocking at the door every start of her life. She's raced 7 times now, so obviously she hasn't won, but she's never been worse than 3rd. And if you watch those replays in those races, probably 5 out of the 7, she had an eventful trip. And, I know she was highly touted after that debut at Churchill Downs. Everybody in the world wanted to buy her off that performance. And she's still 10-1 on the morning line today. I like her. Then I'm going to go to the far outside, number 12, Marinera's Gold. I'm using her, Megan, just because 15-1 on Johnny Ortiz, and it's like he can't lose so far this meet.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. When you said I'm going to use a few long shots, I was going to say me too, including the 12 horse. I use the 3, 2, 8 as well for this, but I certainly consider the 12 because, like you said, sometimes when they're on a roll, they're on a roll. And I had said it, I tweeted it yesterday, but I spoke to Johnny Ortiz just before he won with Title Shot yesterday, and I said, does this horse have a chance in here? And he said, when talking about that horse and also about the meet, that he's here to win, and that includes the training title. So, I mean, he has come with some really, really solid horses, is focusing on the Ellis Park meet, which you love to see. So hopefully a good price there if that one's able to break the maiden today. Race number 8 as we move right along, that'll be the stakes race. That is the Ellis Park Turf Stakes, 1 1/16 miles. And that is on the turf course, which is listed as yielding now. I went to the 1, 4, and the 8. I thought Undisturbed for Ian Wilkes made some sense in here, especially like you said, with Laurent Cherveux getting a little less distance to work with. I like the early speed that this horse has been able to show in some of the prior races. Is 2 for 2 over the Ellis Park turf course as well. So certainly seems to have an affinity for this grass, and I think is well drawn from the rail too for his type, or her rather, type of running style. Jimmy?
Yeah, I think Ian goes 1-2 in here. I like his other Market Rumor Undisturbed, and then Joy of Painting in here is one that I found interesting. Daughter of Munnings, who is 6-1 on the morning line for Rusty Arnold and James Graham. James rides his turf course very, very well, and I just thought if Undisturbed something happens, doesn't break, Joy of Painting is the one that's going to go the front. But I thought if those two went out there, I really thought it would set up for Market Rumor in here to run them down and pick up the pieces here in the Ellis Park Turf Stake.
Yeah, you have to like that experience in some of the prior turf races as well. It just really seems like this is a horse that's trending in the right direction this year. So I'm right there with you. The only other one I would have used is Demo Dog as well. If you're going to play a trifecta or something, go a little bit deeper for Brendan Walsh, who this horse coming off the layoff. But Brendan really good with horses that have had some time off, wins at about 19%. So I thought possibly for a little bit more of a price at 8-1. We'll see what that horse ends up being when we get to post time. Race number 9, the final race of the day. It'll be an allowance event for $61,000, 9 meters of one other than. And we are a 1.25 miles now moved to the main track. So you'll have to tell me if that distance changes at all. But I went to the 10, 9, and the 2. So I'm actually taking some horses towards the outside. And that is going to be Red Hornet for Anemia with the blinkers on here today. This horse has only run on turf before, so I'll be interested to see if that horse stays in. Arabian Prince for Dallas Stewart, who's had some races on the main track surface, typically one that maybe needs a little bit of a pace setup, although I think they did try to add some speed last time. And then the 2 horse, who's Rogue Element for Jeff Hiles, who's winning 18% on the year. Corey Lannery aboard. This one, another one that sits off the pace. So we'll see how that develops. But certainly, I think, well matched in this field of allowance horses, and he's been in against that type of company for the past couple of races.
Yeah, Rogue Element. I think if anybody in the field benefits from the race coming off, it's Rogue Element. Now, I don't know if Family Man was still in, had not been scratched yet. He was entered as a main track only. If he draws in at 15-1, those odds are going to come down. There's going to be some scratches, but that's a horse that could go coast to coast in here. And a couple other ones I do like. Cool Rags. I was all over this one prior to it coming off the turf, but I'm still going to use the horse if it stays in. And another one I'm going to add. Speaking of the Ortiz barn, the 7-5. Going a mile and a quarter. This race will stay a mile and a quarter on the dirt, but you get a 7-pound breaking weight with an apprentice who's riding very well, and going that route of distance of ground, I do think the weight is an advantage there.
Yeah, it can certainly make a big difference, and especially for a rider that's having a pretty good year so far. So I'm right there with you. I think some considerable long shots, and of course we'll see how the field changes, if any, with any additional scratches with the late condition change. But Jimmy, best of luck here today. Stay dry out there.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
All right, 9 races on today's card here at Ellis Park. We have our first race at 12:50 p.m. Central Time, so be sure to get your wagers in for that, and we'll be back with you just before race number 1. Good luck.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into Ellis Park for a wonderful Sunday afternoon of racing here from the track. We do have 9 races on the program, including the Ellis Park Turf Stakes, which goes as race 8. But first, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask that you please rise. Kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Hello, everyone, once again, and welcome into Ellis Park for a Sunday afternoon of racing here from Henderson, Kentucky. 9 races on the card. Some rain forecasted throughout the race card here this afternoon in Henderson. Again, showers forecasted and thunderstorms throughout the entire card. It is currently lightly raining right now, and temperatures somewhere in the middle 70 degrees, I believe. In fact, well, there it is, 73 degrees right now here at the track. Now, the main track currently here at Ellis Park is listed as muddy. Now, the races, with the exception of the stake race, has been taken off the turf. The Ellis Park Turf Stakes, which goes as race 8, will stay on, but races 2, 4, 6, and 9. 2, 4, 6, 9 are all off the turf. However, the Ellis Park Turf Stakes, the 8th race, will stay on the turf, and that turf course will be yielding. So at this time, if you'll take out your racing programs, I'll take you through the changes here. The late program changes for this afternoon's card, starting with race number 1. You're reminded, 9-race card. We do have 2 pick 5s here at the track. The early pick 5 starting in race number 1. And, of course, you can follow our pick 5 picks on Instagram and Twitter through Ellis Park. Now, race number 1, there will be no superfecta wager. That has been canceled, as there is a scratch of the morning line favorite, number 3, Druzano. Number 3, Druzano, scratch from the opener, and you'll cancel the superfecta. Second race starts the early pick 4. Jockey change on the 1. Eli, make it Raylu Gutierrez. Raylu picks up the 1. Eli in the second race. Now, also in the second race, scratch the morning line favorite, number 3, Bullseye Bun. Number 3, Bullseye Bun, scratch from race 2. In the third race, there are no program changes. If you'll turn to race 4, which is sponsored by Run Happy, race number 4. Now, this race has been moved to the main track. Will be contested the same distance, 5.5 on the main, muddy main currently. Race number 4 off the turf. There's a scratch number 4, Pigeon Key. Scratch 11, Wee Hawkin. Scratch 12, Bling. Scratch 13, Top Mule. Scratch 14, Just a Warrior. 4, 11, 12, 13, 14. All scratch from race 4, which has been removed from the turf. Race number 5 starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Late pick 5 starts in the 5th. There are no changes. Race number 6 off the turf. 5.5 on the main track. Scratch number 3, Stylish Rags. Number 3, Stylish Rags has been scratched. Scratch number 10, Rosie Dawn. Number 10, Rosie Dawn, also a late scratch in the 6th. And also in there, be aware that number 11, Monocacy, has drawn in and is set to run. The 11's drawn in and set to go. Race number 7, sponsored by Run Happy. There are a few scratches here. Number 1, Sunny River, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Awesome Ali V. Scratch number 10, She's a Pistol. 1, 4, 10 scratch from the 7th. And beware the 13, Landed Gentry. She's drawn in. She's set to play. 8th and featured race is the lone race remaining on the turf, the Ellis Park Turf Stakes. This is the 18th edition of the Ellis Park Turf Stake for fillies and mares to go a mile and 16th on a turf course listed as yielding. And please note the turf rail set out to 24 feet this week. There is one change, scratch to 3, Will Secret. Number 3, Will Secret, she's out of the feature. 9th and final has been taken off the turf. Currently, no changes. The distance, again, will remain 1.25 miles on the main. Well, folks, those are the changes at this time. I do expect some changes to come in here very shortly, scratches in those turf races that were removed from the turf. So stand by for any additional changes as they come in throughout the balance of this card. I'll get those to you as they do. So race number 1 will kick things off here with a early pick 5. Again, scratch the 3, Druzano. There is no superfecta wager. That wager has been canceled and refunded. First of 9 here at Ellis Park on Dollar Day Saturdays. Run Happy days here at the track. $1 hot dogs and a couple, believe $2 beers here at the track on Sunday. So you want to get involved with that, check out the nearest concession stand. Race 1 is up in 14 minutes. Good luck.
Race number one here at Ellis Park, 6 furlongs on the main track. And as we mentioned, the track conditions listed as muddy right now. We do have some wet weather headed our way. The turf race is taken off the grass, except for the stakes race, which will be race number 8. So do note that as you're handicapping throughout the day. But we start things off today with a claiming event for $7,500. This one, 6 furlongs there on that main track surface. The 50-cent pick 5 starts right here. And do note we have canceled Superfecta wagering because of the scratches in here. The 3-horse Drew Zano is out. I went to the 4 Awesome Family for Brittany Vandenberg and Chris Amy aboard. They've had some success together throughout the year, winning at almost 30%, and had a few nice winners as well just this week. So certainly thought that this one looked to be in good form. Has had a race over the track surface before and resulted in a 3rd place finish. But I like the recency from this horse. Finished first 2 races back, then stepped up a little bit, finished second by just 3/4 of a length to a horse that came back to win its next start. So you've got some nice running lines recently for that horse, and I certainly think Awesome Family is worthy of a look. North Side is also in here for the same trainer, Brittany Vandenberg. And I like the fact that this horse is getting just a little bit of an easier spot here today, whereas some of the others may be stepping up today. I think his speed is going to help him, especially over a wet track surface. Sometimes that can be advantageous to some horses. They stay out of the slop, don't have to deal with the kickback in their faces. And in fact, this horse has had some races over a wet track surface already, 3 starts, in fact, that resulted in a 1st and a 2nd place effort. Seems to be really good at this distance, and so I think he is well measured here. He's a son of Into Mischief, and I've yet to see him kind of come out of the stall and as he's walking around, but he's one that I think will be very well turned out for a trainer that always brings her horses prepped and ready to go. I will say that the 3-horse Feeling Dangerous, I like to see this one cut back in distance, which he is today. He was racing at 1 mile and 70 yards recently. He's going to cut back to that sprinting distance today, but to me, his body type looks like he's certainly going to excel at that. He's kind of a heavier bodied horse, the son of midshipman. He certainly has some condition to him. He comes off of a win last time by 3 lengths at the 1 mile and 70 yards, but again, it seems to me at least, but from looking here in the paddock, that he could be one that would really relish this cutback. And he should be pretty sharp here today. He has had a few tries over an off-track surface, 0 for 4 though with that record on the wet track. And at this distance, he's never tried it before, the 6 furlongs, so we'll certainly see how that goes. But you get the services of Renee Diaz, who's been riding really, really well here at the Ellis Park track for the meet so far, winning at 19% right now. So certainly a nice trainer, or jockey rather, percentage there. As far as the trainer's concerned, Eduardo Rodriguez wins at 15% when cutting horses back from a route race to a sprint race, so you have some nice credentials there as well. 5-horse just passing in front of me. That one is Tillis for Randy Morse, also getting a cut back in distance from the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs. And going to run 2nd start off the layoff today. John Court was aboard for that race last time, finished 6th, beaten by 23 lengths, but should be a bit of an easier spot for him here today. Son of Ken Tharos, I certainly think the cutback in distance should help him as well. He's had a go over an off track, and it resulted in a 3rd place finish. And also, he's 1 for 2 at this 6 furlong distance, so he's a horse that I think will really appreciate this race here today. He certainly looks to be in good form, and again, I think that 2nd start off the layoff might help him as far as fitness is concerned. He's a horse that had been racing consistently in the end of 2021. He had some races in early 2022, and they gave him about 2 months off, and since then he's come back here and had that one race, but no recorded work since then. So we'll see how he fares here today as he tries something new in this event. Also mentioned the 1 horse that is Bubba Caballo, this one who is coming off a 4th place finish at Hawthorne last time, has plenty of experience sprinting, has only had a couple of routes races, and those were on the turf or the synthetic. So it seems like this is what this gelding wants to do. He's also had some races over an off-track surface. Best result was a 2nd place finish, but I certainly think that he's going to have to be one to really step it up here today to compete with some of the numbers of some of the other horses in here. And as far as running style, he's just kind of run a little flat for me. I think his best chance is if he's able to get a hot pace up front and close possibly over that. But again, with an off-track surface, sometimes that can be hard to do. We'll certainly keep an eye on how the track is playing or trending today, if there are horses coming from off the pace given the track condition at the moment. Looks like the horse is just getting their final preparations here as we're about to head out to the main track surface for race number 1 at Ellis Park. Again, a 9-race card for you here today. We do have our stakes race. That'll be race number 8 that will remain on the turf, which is listed as yielding right now, but 8 other races for you on the main track. Good luck.
Run them.
The horses stepping trackside for race number 1 from Ellis Park to kick off proceedings here. Starts a 50-cent early pick 5. Scratch number 3, Drazano, race number 1 to start the show. Open 75 claimers to go 6 furlongs, win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 5. Wagering starts here. Don't forget the scratch of the 3 Drazano. That forced the superfecta wager to be canceled and refunded. Appears that there will be a slight delay, maybe a weather delay here for the open of the horses have returned to the paddock standby. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a delay here into the running of the opener at Ellis Park. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, with that weather delay, I'll tell you what's going on here. We have a policy here right now. There's a lightning strike within 10 miles. We have to delay the races 30 minutes. So there will be a delay here into the opener. And the scheduled post time has been pushed back to 1:15. Once again, the scheduled post time for race number 1 now will be 1:15. That's in just about 19 minutes. So as of now, or in any more lightning strikes, the opener has been pushed back to 1:15. Now the horses are back out here for the opener, back on the track. Race number 1. Open 75 claimers to go 6 furlong, scratch of 3. Druzano on the track for the first race. Starts a 50-cent pick 5 here. Post time in just a few minutes. Good luck. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the first from Ellis Park. Field of 6. Now down to 5 after the scratch. They are racing. Northside, as expected, is a fleet-footed away from the gate. His stablemate Awesome Family will let him go and track from second. Tillis is away in the third position, deep on the course, feeling dangerous as fourth, already about 8 off the pace. And Bubba Caballo is last of them all. Up the backside they go. About 10 lengths would cover the lot now, just outside the half-mile grounds. It's North Side, and Julio Felix shows the way. The quarter is 22-1. Awesome Family still racing in second, covered up by Tillis to the outside in third. Still 3 or 4 lengths back to Feeling Dangerous, who is in fourth, and another 5, maybe even 6 back to the trailer, Bubba Caballo. Rounding the turn outside a quarter to go, and Northside is paving the path. Northside has built up a 6-length lead and arrives to the top of the lane after a half mile, 45 seconds flat. And Northside's going to be tough to run down with a furlong to go. He's in front by 6. His stablemate Awesome Family still fighting on on for second with Tillis as they're deep inside the final furlong. Northside being put to the whip, but he's in front by 10, maybe even 11. It's all over Northside. Northside in a Sunday soaker wins by about 14 in the end. Awesome Family was second, Feeling Dangerous third. Then it was Tillis, and Bubba Caballo was always last in 109 and 4. Judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 2, Northside, who won by double digits. Second, number 4, Awesome Family. Third, number 6, Feeling Dangerous. Fourth goes 5, Tillis. 2, 4, 6, 5. 2, 4, 6, 5.
The next thing I know, there's the gate.
We're probably going to shorten up, Sean, and go 23 minutes in between races to try to get us back on schedule.
Sure. Good, sir. Thank you. Good. Thank you, Chris. 5 up. Good, John. Thank you. What's up? Okay, well, talk to the stewards about that, okay? All right? Hey, if you don't, Renee, if you don't feel good, go to first aid or talk to the stewards.
In the winner's circle, number 2, Northside, a 5-year-old big eldest son by Into Mischief, out of the Grand Slam mare named Silken Lily. The winner's owned by Everett Taylor, trained by Brittany Vandenberg, and Julio Felix, the winning jockey. Number 2, Northside, now a 4-time winner. New York bred, goes gate to wire 109 and 4 and 11th link winner. Number 2, Northside at 6-5. Unofficial 2, 4, 6, 5. The opener is official, $4.60, $2.68, $2.66 to show. Exacta $3.90, 50-cent try, $7.57 with the scratch of the 3. The dime super was fully refunded. Race number 2 is up in 21 minutes. Try to get back on track here. Race number 2 has been taken off the turf. Race number 2 will be contested at 1 mile and 1/8 on the main. A couple of changes. Number 1, Eli, a change of jockey to Ray Lou Gutierrez. Scratch number 3, Bullseye Bun. Race 2 starts you over to pick 4, now 20 minutes.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Brewed with Valencia orange and coriander, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery. But then, you wouldn't be able to grab it. Sure, something so well crafted might belong in a frame, but then you wouldn't be able to drink it. So, we framed it with our signature glass instead. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Race number 2 coming up at Ellis Park in just about 11 minutes here. We have a claiming event for $16,000 for 3-year-old horses, which have never won 3 races or straight 3-year-olds. A mile and an eighth the distance here, and do note this is one of those races that is off of the turf here today. Will be moved over to the main track, which is listed as muddy. Top selections for me with the scratch of the 3-horse. I certainly thought Bullseye Bun would be a big contender in here. I went to the 2 Protonic Power, this one for Fausto Gutierrez. This is a horse who hasn't raced over the slot before, and in fact comes off of a 5th place finish over 7 furlongs at Churchill Downs. Before that, he was racing a little bit longer distance, a mile and 3/16 at Churchill, but he just kind of ran a flat race that day. I much prefer his sprint races that he had at Gulfstream Park, and even last time, or at Gulfstream Park in the synthetic as well. He went the distance of a mile and 16, mile and 70 yards, and he came from off the pace to finish a really good first by a neck, second by just a length. He's, to me, one of those horses that is kind of small, compact type. He's got a nice, strong hindquarters to him, so I'm not really surprised that they did try him sprinting for so long because he does have that body type. But nonetheless, he is going to get the stretch out here today over the sloppy racetrack. Again, he's a horse that in some of his best races has come from off the pace, so he's going to need a little bit of a setup there up front, but he comes from the barn, like I said, of Fausto Gutierrez, who wins at 17%, and you get Garcia in the irons here today. The 6th horse in this field, that one is What a Country. This one for Jason Cook, Rafael Bejarano aboard, and this 5-year-old gelding looked really good when he came into the paddock. He is getting a good spot today. He faced open 32 claimers last time at Churchill, going a mile and a 16th, and again, didn't really do too much running. He kind of lunged at the break, the comment line says, so maybe not the best start to that particular race, but he was dappled out as he came into the paddock. He's a horse that has done some good running at a longer distance, so he certainly seems like he's one that will have that type of stamina. And as far as an off track, he's raced over it 4 times before in an off surface, and he does have a 2nd place finish to his name for that, so possibly that will help here today. But I thought had a nice look as he came into the paddock, and he's certainly been a gentleman, a 5-year-old gelding, so he should be, as they've been saddling him and putting on the blinkers here today. The 4-horse is 2 Cookie Rule. This one for D. Polos. You get Chelsea Bailey aboard here for the ride, a 4-year-old son of Bodemeister. And this gelding has had 25 starts, just 2 of those wins. And this is one that came off a 3rd place finish, beaten by 6 lengths last time at Hawthorne over the yielding turf course. It's going to obviously be moved to the main track with the switch here today. Has never been over the off-going before and only has 1 win out of 13 tries on the fast dirt course. A really light-bodied type of a 4-year-old gelding. He's fit to me, and I thought as he walked around, he had a nice big step. He stepped well underneath himself. I like to see that for a horse as far as the efficiency of movement is concerned. He's one that certainly looked like he would be nice out there on the racetrack once he gets going. 7-horse in here is El Franco, this one for Mike Norris. Comes off of win, actually, at Churchill Downs, going the distance of a mile and a 16th. There at under the Twin Spires, a horse who's racing at the $10,000 level for nominators of 2 lifetime. He's going to get the step up here today, and this is one that typically sits just off the pace. In fact, last time he stalked them at a good price. It was about 18-1, so some nice value there. But you get Edgar Morales back aboard. He's ridden this horse a few times in his prior starts. He's been a horse that's been bouncing around the Midwest circuits there at Churchill Downs, Indiana, Keeneland as well. And he has been over a muddy track before when he raced at Keeneland, but that was a 5th place finish that day. Talking about the 5-horse Zaffa, this one I mentioned had a good look to him. He's in a little bit of condition here today, but he is an older gelding, a 4-year-old gelding rather. A nice healthy coat on him as well. He's one that has been racing over the main track surface. He was going to try to get back to the turf today, but his 2 prior races were over 1 mile at Churchill for the one turn mile, and then 7 furlongs as well at Churchill Downs. So today he's going to get a bit of a stretch out here as far as the distance is concerned, and he is 0 for 2 over the wet track surface. Horse with their preparations here for race number 2 at Ellis Park. Best of luck. This, by the way, the start of the early pick 4.
Up on the track here for the second race from Ellis Park. Race number 2, jockey change on the 1, Eli to Raylo Gutierrez. Scratch number 3, Bullseye Bun. Field of 6 set to go here. The race has been taken off the turf. Will be a 1.8 on a muddy main, win place show. Exacta Try Super Daily Double pick 3 and 50 cent pick 4 starts here. 5 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the second race to kick off the pick 4. Protonic Power going the wrong way. Eli went in, then Protonic Power was being led into the gate and wheeled and is heading the wrong way up the track. But the Ellis Park Outrider was quick in stride to catch that one in. The sophomore son of Protonico will be led back towards the starting gate. The 9-5 second choice on his way back to the gate. Just remind you, those just coming into the track here, Sundays, Run Happy Dollar Days at the track. Some dollar values at the concession stands, dollar dogs, popcorn, $2 beers. Here's 2 Cookie Rule going up. 2 Cookie Rule, yellow everything coming in. Zoffa in the green at 5-1 coming up next. Zoffa the black blinkers going in. What a Country for Miller and Cook. Taking that late money, 8-5 on that one. El Franco. For Rhodes and Norris to the outside with Edgar. Field of 6 at the post. And they are racing. 2 Cookie jumped well. It is 2 Cookie who's leading the charge the first turn, but now Eli has put to some whip tap urges and hard hustled underneath to catch that hole before it closed as they run the first turn where they stack up 5 across the course, where Eli and Raylu sending that one up to take advantage, has the lead and the fence. 2 Cookie Rule is second. 3 deep on the course is Zoffa from third. What a Country is fourth. Meanwhile, El Franco is out in the clear from fifth, still 6 or 7. Back to Protonico Power, the second choice is last. 9 lengths off the lead as they work around the opening turn. 6 furlongs to go. The quarter 24 seconds flat. 3 across the course. Inside out, Eli to Cookie Rule Zoffa. These 3 match stride just about 2 lengths in front of the pair of horses from second, including What a Country to the inside. To the outside, that's El Franco, still 6. Back to Protonico Power, who is starting to tighten up now outside the 4.5 furlong marker. Half mile, 47-2. It's still Eli showing the way, still being pressed intently by 2 Cookie Rule. 3 deep is Zoffa. Now up the inside, What a Country saves every yard. El Franco still parked, and 2 back to Protonico Power, who is 6th. But they start to tighten up here, midpoint through the turn, 3 furlongs from the money. And up top, it is Eli and 2 Cookie Rule, but now El Franco is set to strike to the outside, and from last, Protonico Power is producing a rally beneath Martin as they continue to race around the turn. 1 quarter to go. And up top, El Franco shows the way, but fresh challengers to the outside, namely Protonico Power, who's sweeping up and after the lead. And Protonico Power just went by him. Now there's What a Country who sweeps up and after. What a Country got through with the furlong to go. What a Country splashing home in front by 2. Protonico Power could not kick on. 1/16 left. What a Country. What a Country. The people's pick and even money wins by about 3 in the end. Protonico Power second. Then it was a long margin back to El Franco third. 2 Cookie Rule was fourth, but What a Country delivers as the favorite. Unofficially, winner 6, What a Country. Second, 2, Protonic Power. Third, number 7, El Franco. And fourth, the 4, 2 Cookie Rule. 6-2-7-4. Again, the top four finishers 6-2-7-4. 6-2-7-4, the top four finishers. Eric Roberts up in the winner's circle with number 6, What a Country. A 5-year-old dark bay brown gelded son by Verrazano out of the Broken Vow mare named Broken Silence. The winner's home by David Miller, trained by Jason Cook. Ridden to victory by Rafael Bejarano. Number 6, What a Country, now a 3-time winner. Second off the claim here for Miller and Cook. What a Country, an easy winner in 151 and 4. $4.30 to win, $2.74 to place, $2.20 to show. Exacta $4.47, trifecta $9.99. The double was $9.35. Time Super $5.76. Up next, the third event, race number 3, will go 7 furlongs, an optional claimant allowance, where we have a field of 6 to square off. Win, play, show, exacta, try, Super Daily Double. Again, it starts another rolling pick 3. Post time for race 3 in 22 minutes.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing form. DRF has helped players win at the races for 125 years. Now the information you trust is better than ever. Get exclusive late-breaking news from our reporters at tracks across the country. Position yourself to win by adding Buyer's Speed figures and the new DRF Formulator to your handicapping arsenal. Go to drf.com today. Use coupon code DRF2022 to get a free Formulator card and start winning.
Tracking is the main track now sloppy. The main track now listed as sloppy.
Race number 2 coming up here at Ellis Park in just about 12 minutes as we've got a nice claiming event. Moving along to race number 3, looking at the wrong one. Allowance optional claiming, non-winners of 3 lifetimes, 7 furlongs the distance. And you know that main track's been downgraded to sloppy here. You've got a nice favorite in this spot. My favorite as well, Chasing Time, trained by Steve Asmussen. Rafael Bejarano gets aboard in a really nice 3-year-old colt. He's a son of Not This Time, who's just been on fire as a sire over the past couple of years. This one owned by My Racehorse. Some tough campaigning this year. He was in some stakes races, some graded stakes races, including the Arkansas Derby. He ran really well in the Chick Leg, grade 3, 2 races back at Pimlico over the 6 furlong distance. And then last time was in against some very, very good horses and the grade 1 Woody Stevens there at Belmont. So this should be very easy company for him. I think a confidence booster race is what he needs, and he's a really talented horse that's done very nicely at the distance of 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, in fact, and even when they stretched him out to a mile when he won by 7 lengths at Oaklawn Park back in the January of this year. So to me, he was schooling perfectly yesterday. He's certainly a horse that's been around. He's seen a lot, and he is very, very well muscled, very well prepared by the Steve Asmussen barn, so not surprised at all to see him acting like a true professional in here as he takes a couple of turns around the paddock. But he's just a really well muscled, balanced type of a horse. You can see that in his body type. He's not necessarily too heavy or too tall. I think he's just a really handy type of a colt. So excited to see him in this spot. Definitely a favorite for me. And I think with the class drop here today, he's certainly a horse that should be able to improve. And he has some legitimate excuses for some of his past bad efforts as well. The 4-horse in this field that is tough to team for Chris Davis, going to run as a gelding for the very first time. He's also been in a graded stakes race recently. He was in the Matt Winn last time out at Churchill Downs when going the distance of 1 mile and a 16th. But 2 races before that, he ran a Hawthorne over the 1 mile and 70 yards and won by 3 lengths that day. And in fact, this is a horse that is graded stakes place. He finished second by just a neck in the grade 3 Iroquois at Churchill Downs. So he's one that's been kind of bounced around to a variety of different racetracks, including Arlington Park, Indiana, Churchill, Del Mar, Tampa, Hawthorne. So he seems to really bring his races with him. And he's very well behaved here in the paddock as well. He's got 2 handlers on him, so he seems like a horse that certainly has a good bit of energy. He's on the muscle here today, but walking around nice and relaxed. And again, he will have that ultimate equipment change here today with the first-time gelding angle. As far as breeding is concerned, he's a son of Speitster, so he certainly is well measured for the 7 furlong distance here. And as I've said, with his past performances, he's done nicely when stretching out and also when sprinting. So he seems to be a really versatile type that sits off the pace typically in some of his best races. We'll see how they decide to do that today with the break. The 6-horse is Blue Kentucky. This one trained by Jason Barkley. It already has a win here at Ellis Park, 1 for 2 in fact, and has a win over a sloppy track surface, a wet track surface. He's tried 2 times before. One of those was successful, but it has been a little while since this horse has seen the winner's circle. That was back in November of last year when he won by 3/4 of a length when going the distance of 6 furlongs over a good track surface. Now, he's only been in the Jason Barkley barn for a little while now. They actually claimed him out of a race at Churchill Downs when going 6 furlongs, and then he ran an 8th place finish when traveling 7 furlongs there at Churchill against pretty tough allowance company. So we'll see what they decide to do with him today, but he's another one of those horses that seems to kind of bring his race with them. I think certainly with Jason here, he's a great conditioner. It gets to know his horses well, but this is one that, you know, he's certainly going to have to step it up against, I think, the company that's in here. And body type-wise, he looks like he fits with the rest of the group, but I would say I prefer kind of the look of the 2-horse and also the 4 as well, just as far as the muscling is concerned. Don't forget that this race number 3, does start a 50-cent pick 3 for you, as well as win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagering, all available for you here at Ellis Park. Good luck.
Brett Burkhead. A nice little ditty bringing him on out here for the third race from the P-Patch. Race number 3, an optional claimant allowance. The purse $62,000. For the 3-year-olds, which have never won 3 races lifetime, or they're entered for a claiming tag of $75,000, distance 7 furlongs out of the chute. Field of 6, there are no program changes in here. Race number 3, win, play, show, exact to try, Super Daily Double, pick 3, wagering post time in just 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a change being announced for the first time. Jockey change in race number 7, race 7. Number 9, Fine Cotton, now ridden by Florent Giroux, waive the apprenticeship allowance, correct the weight 124 pounds. Once again, Rene Diaz off his remaining mount. Number 9, Fine Cotton in the 7th, will now be ridden by Florent Giroux, waive the apprenticeship allowance and make the weight 124 pounds. That's the 7th race, number 9. Also a jockey change, an additional jockey change. In fact, 2 jockey changes, I believe, being announced for the first time. In the 4th race, number 10, Zappel, now be ridden by Gerardo Corrales. And then if you'll turn to the 9th race, number 6, Chantry Flats, will now be ridden by Edgar Morales.
One minute to post.
The horses have turned in approaching the starting gate. They're entering that chute up the backside there. Again, 7 furlong chute here for the 7 furlong start. Field of 6 3-year-olds. All the money on Chasing Time, owned by My Racehorse. Large conglomerate of those owners here on hand today. We're in the paddock, including Steve Amshoff and friends. Many tuning in from throughout the country as well. 1-5 now on Chasing Time, as they have reached the gate. It's post time for the third from Ellis Park. Red Label coming up. Chasing Time into line. So not this time. Lucky Shot coming up for D. Poulis, 29-1. Tough to Tame, and Jose Lopez for Chris Davis will load up next. Friar Lawrence. A couple of good debut performances early in his career, coming back off the shelf. And Blue Kentucky, who had the girth tightened by Jeff Barkley, is in. They're at the post, and they are racing. Good level beginning. From between horses, Lucky Shot is flashing speed. Blue Kentucky to the outside, and Friar Lawrence also fleet-footed off the shelf there as well. And now they've left the fence open, and Chasing Time comes on through. Chasing Time, the 1-2 favorite of the My Racehorse Silks, now shows the way narrowly from Lucky Shot from second. Friar Lawrence will track that duel and back off the speed from third. Down on the inside, Red Label is next as they continue to run up the backside. Tough to Tame is second last, and the Orange Silks of the NBS stable, Blue Kentucky, is last of them all. Into the far turn, just outside 3.5 furlongs to go. 7 lengths would cover the lot, the quarter 22-1. It is the favorite, the people's pick, Chasing Time, who shows the way. Long shot, Lucky Shot to the outside in second. Friar Lawrence is third. Up the inside, Red Label's being shoved apart, but he's running in place as from the backfield, Blue Kentucky starts to quicken as they have 1/4 mile to go and 1/4 to get to Chasing Time, who comes to the top of the lane with a length lead. Chasing Time off the turn, up to the outside. Here comes Friar Lawrence, who's upset-minded to the outside with a furlong to go. Chasing Time digging down deep, but he had no response. Flat to the boards as Friar Lawrence just ran by them all. Friar Lawrence, the son of violence, is back to win when he weighs. Friar Lawrence is going to get it done by 2.5. Chasing Time was second, Blue Kentucky third, and a mile back to Red Label, who is fourth. But Friar Lawrence, now a 3-time winner from 4 starts in 122 flat. Judges posting top 4 finishers. Winner number 5, Friar Lawrence. Second, the 2, Chasing Time. Third, number 6, Blue Kentucky. Fourth, number 1, Red Label. 5, 2, 6, 1. Once again, the order of finish for the third race, 5-2-6-1. And entering the winner's circle in just a moment will be number 5, Friar Lawrence, who returns $24.40, $7.58, and $3.54 to show. Now entering the winner's circle, number 5, Friar Lawrence, a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Violence out of the Broken Vow mare named Try to Catch Her. The winner's owned by Andrew Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook. And ladies and gentlemen, the winning jockey for her first North American win, Mikhail Michel. Mikhail Michel with her first North American win here aboard number 5, Friar Lawrence, who started off his career impressively, but now off the shelf is back to his winning ways, picks up the third lifetime victory in 4 starts. The Kentucky bred home winner, 122 flat. Congratulations to Mikhail Michel with her first victory here in the States for trainer Ben Colebrook. Now the prices are up. The Dime Super came back $31.35. The $1 try, $95.65. The winning exacta was 5 and 2. The 5-2 exacta for a $1 investment, $29.05. Now the 50-cent try, 5, 2, and 6, that'll get you $47.83. The double, $54.61. Pick 3, $50.94. Up next, race number 4. Race 4, sponsored by Run Happy, has been taken off the turf, 5.5 on a sloppy mane. In the 4th race, scratch number 4, Pigeon Key. Jockey change on the 10, Zapple to Gerardo Corrales. Scratch the 11, We Hawkin. Scratch 12, Bling. Scratch 13, Top Mule. Scratch 14, Just a Warrior. Also late scratch of the 1 Stormy Lady. So 4th race, scratch numbers 1, 4, 11, 12, 13, and 14. 1, 4, 11, 12, 13, 14. Corrales on the 10. Race 4, off the turf, sloppy mane, 5.5. Starts to pick 3 in 20.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 4 coming up here next at Ellis Park, a maiden special weight for $60,000, sponsored by our friends there at Run Happy. This one for the 2-year-old fillies. And do note this race originally slated for the grass, but it will be taken off and be run on the main track here at that distance of 5.5 furlongs. A nice group of horses in here, youngsters certainly, a lot of first-time starters, some horses with limited experience. I liked the look of the 5, Holy Foley. I mean, she is very laid back here in the paddock. She's the daughter of Point of Entry, trained by Steve Asmussen, who's doing very, very well here at the meet so far and is always in the leading trainers here at the Ellis Park meet. But I asked the connections about her and asked if she was always this relaxed, because she is so cool, calm, and collected, especially for a 2-year-old. But they said she just kind of likes to do what she does. Last time she didn't do a whole lot of running. You know, they did sharpen her up last time in the morning on July 12th with a 4 furlong breeze from the gate in 47-4. So I'm hoping that helps her to kind of wake up a little bit, because she just never really got involved in the race. She gets Chaminade aboard here today, so there is a rider change for her, but it's just a matter of how she handles the wet track, which obviously she's never been on before, and most of these other horses have not been on as well. So it's kind of an even playing field in that sense. It just depends on who's able to travel over it the best. But Steve Asmussen, with maidens making their second start, wins at 23% of the time. This will actually be the first runner for this dam, Bellissimo. But if you go back, her second dam won a grade 3 at Woodbine on the synthetic, and also was graded sixth place at Woodbine on the turf. So there's some nice, synthetic turf pedigree. Obviously, we're not on the grass here today, but sometimes that can help over and off track as well. The 8 horse I thought was pretty impressive. That's Fast Gal for Dale Romans. She's another one that's been really well behaved here in the paddock. She certainly seems to be a horse that is nice and light and fit. She's the daughter of Accelerate and kind of looks like him as well. Just a lighter frame on her, but she is going to make her first start here today. Martine Garcia gets the call. She's been working at Churchill Downs and two works back rather. She went 4 furlongs in 47-4, and that sharpened her up a little bit. I'd say some of her other times were a little bit more on the moderate side, but I think she's decently muscled, especially for a horse that's going to make a first start here today. Now the 9 horse is Storm Rate, this one for Sarah Hamilton. Rafael Mojica gets the call here today. She's a little bit of a shorter horse, but she looks to me like one that could be precocious. She's also from First Crop Sire Accelerate. Her dam was stakes placed at Saratoga, in fact, and this horse is a half to a horse that was stakes placed and grade 3 placed on both turf and dirt. They bought her at the OBS sale for $50,000, where she worked 10 flat that day. So again, that precocity sometimes can help in races like this, as long as she's able to handle that off track. To think that the 10 horse looked very much on the muscle here for the connections, make the rider Gerardo Corrales a nice rating for wet track as far as the Tomlinson numbers are concerned in the daily racing form. But for me, I went 5, 9, and 3. Exog Unit being the final one for Mark Cassie, who does really, really well with young horses. And this horse comes off of a nice work, 4 furlongs and 49-1 over a muddy surface at Churchill Downs last time to prepare for this race. Best of luck here. Maiden special weight ahead of us, race number 4.
On the track for the 4th race, race number 4, taking off the turf, 5.5 on a sloppy mane. Scratch numbers 1, 4, 11, 12, 13, 14. Jockey change on the 10 to Gerardo Corrales. Race sponsored by Run Happy. Starts another pick 3. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, catching you up on changes for the balance of the race card. If you turn to the 6th race, race number 6, scratch the following horses. Scratch 2, Divine Charger. Scratch 3, Stylish Rags. Scratch 5, Hey Kitten. Scratch 6, Shannon. Scratch 9, Elegant Joy. Scratch 10, Rosie Dawn. So 6th race, scratch numbers 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10. Be aware of the 11s drawn in. 7th race, scratch number 1, Sunny River. Scratch the 4, Awesome Ali V. And scratch the 10, She's a Pistol. The 13 is in. The 8th race, Ellis Park Turf Stakes, still just a scratch of the 3, Will's Secret. That race is still on the turf. That turf course at this time is yielding. Then the 9th and final, scratch the following horses. 9th and final, scratch number 3, Finding Freedom. Scratch the 5, Courageously. Scratch the 8, Cool Rags. Scratch the 9, Arabian Prince. Scratch number 10, Red Hornet. 9th race, numbers 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, all scratch. At this time, the also eligible main track onlys are in. The 11 and 12 are still in. 9th race, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, all out. And the horses are approaching the starting gate here for the 4th race, sponsored by Run Happy. The jockey is off of the 8 Fast Gal, but that one appears to have just been undergoing a saddle adjustment. No, Martine back up in the irons. Field loading in, Midnight XO going in, Basilica Doro. And Edgar will load up next. 19-1, longest shot on the board coming up. Are you okay with this? 3-1 for Dubbin Caruso going in. Ego's Unit for the DJ stable, Leonard Green. For the barn of Mark Cassey, here's Fast Gal for Deloney in the Jones Silks here. Holy Foley. Told her a point of entry coming up. For Steve Asmussen, 4.5-1 on the board with Vincent Chaminot. Zapple on debut for Katie Ritz to the outside with Gerardo Corrales. Will complete the load. Field of 8 to go 5.5 on a sloppy main. Zapple has unseated Corrales, who simply stepped off to the offside. Now he's back up top. And Zappo, she goes right in this time. They're at the post. And they are racing. Storm Rate was quick into stride on debut. Midnight XO away racing in second. Zappo out in the clear from third. Are you okay with this? Came away racing in fourth. Holy Foley to the inside of that one is next. Still 4-5 back to Fast Gal, linked in front of Ego's Unit. And Basilica Doro is at the back of the pack. 2-year-old fillies in the Run Happy race into the far turn. 3.5 furlongs from home. The quarter, 22 and 3. Here goes Zapple with a 3-wide blitz up to challenge Storm Rate. That's all for Midnight XO. She's going the wrong way. Just got passed by 2 horses, Holy Foley. And are you okay with this? As they race around the turn, still 6 back to Ego's Unit and a link to Fast Gal and Basilico Duro, top of the home stretch. And here's Zapple. Zapple off the turn in front by about 2.5 lengths. Up into second is Are You Okay With This? 1 furlong to go, and Zapple is running up the score outside the 16th pole. What a performance by this daughter of Ghost Zapper. Zapple was an hour the best here. Zapple won under wraps, and she won by double digits. Tight photo for a second. Looked like Ego's Unit from the backfield got up to nab. Are You Okay With This? Then it was Storm Raid in Holy Foley, but Zapple, wow, 104 and 3. Judges posting number 10, Zapple, as the race winner. Photo for second. Result of the photograph showed the 3 Egos Unit to be second. Third, number 7, Are You Okay With This? Fourth, number 9, Storm Rate. 10, 3, 7, 9. Into the winner's circle, the ultra-talented number 10, Zapple, unleashes a powerful debut performance here. This is a 2-year-old dark mare daughter by Ghost Zapper out of the Empire Maker mare named Miss Red Delicious. The winner's owned by Katie Ridge Stables, LLC. The winning trainer, Danny Leach and Gerardo Corrales. The winning jockey, number 10, Zapple, crushes them here on debut, 104 and 3. Zapple, $8.92, $443.26 to show. Exacta $27.25. Try $62.87. The double $54.51. Pick 3 $136.95. Dime Super $47.23. As Zapple turns in a dynamic performance to take the 4th race Up next, race number 5 starts the late pick 5, 50-cent pick 5. Starts here in 21 minutes in the 5th race. Have a field of 7 to go. Mile on the main in 21. Good luck.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Turn your love of racing into savings with equine discounts through the NTRA. Purchase through equine discounts and receive great savings on well-known brands like John Deere, Sherwin-Williams, Big Ass Fans, Farmers Insurance, and Office Depot. Join thousands of other equine members and support companies that give back to the sport we all love. Call 866-678-4289 or visit equinediscounts.com to start saving today.
Race number 5 coming up next here at Ellis Park as we go the distance of 1 mile. And that nice, interesting one. And a little bit of like a 1 1/4 or 1 1/2 turn mile rather that we have. It's the start of the pick 5 as well, 50-cent pick 5. And for this group, we have horses 3-year-olds and up. I think the 7 horse has to be considered in here. Obviously, even money on the morning line for trainer Brittany Vandenberg, who's already off to such a hot start here at the Ellis Park meet. Just the fact that this gelding has been in against similar company for the past couple of races. Finished second 2 back at Hawthorne in a race, a mile and 70 yards, that was taken off of the grass, and then was the winner. In fact, had the lead all the way around at Hawthorne on a sloppy racetrack, again going a mile and 70 yards. So I think the conditions today are certainly going to be helpful. This is obviously a horse that has been done well over and off going before. 6-year-old gelding, son of Speightstown, certainly seems suited for this type of a distance as well. He's not been over it as far as on the main track at the 1 mile distance, but he's been in a lot of 1 mile and 70 yards, mile and a 16th, mile races on the turf. So I certainly think that this suits him in a variety of different aspects as far as the conditions of the race are concerned. He walked in here nice and calm. He was one of the last to arrive, just being saddled now, but he had a blanket on him as he came over, just a little scrim sheet. But I certainly think a horse that's going to be make a really nice appearance as soon as he comes out of that stall for connections that are off to a hot start. The 6 horse in here, that one is Ego for Trupriano Contreras. And this is a horse ridden by Francisco Arieta today. They teamed up last time on this gelding to finish second, just beaten by 3 lengths. He was a little bit slow at the start, so he's got to break quicker here today in order to make an impact. But I thought he was a balanced type. He certainly is a horse that has a good bit of body to him. I would say he's a nice size. Certainly a horse that looks like it makes a lot of sense that they've been running him at the mile and a 16th, mile and 70 yard distance, because to me that's certainly what he comes across as. He's a horse that also seems to come into this with maybe a little sharper than he had in some of the prior races. He worked 4 furlongs in 48 and 3 on July 11th. And that was right here at Ellis Park as well. So at least he has some experience over this particular track. He's also a horse that's had some experience and good experience at that over the off-going. He's had 5 starts over a wet track. 3 of those have resulted in a victory and a second place finish as well. So this 7-year-old gelding certainly seems like he might appreciate the conditions that we have here today out there when they get to the main track, and certainly suits this field nicely. They tried him in against some tougher allowance companies types, and then they dropped him into that claiming level, and he got that nice second. So I think that was certainly an improvement for him, and hopefully he'll do that again today against this particular group. The 5 horse is Fiery Tail. Now this is the gelding who certainly has some big hindquarters on him. He looks like he's got a lot to push off of, and I'm not surprised to look at his form and see he's been in a lot of sprint races, 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, etc. Because body-wise, that's certainly what he looks like he's built for, at least to my eye. But they are going to stretch him out here. He's only gone the distance of a mile, a flat mile, once before, and hadn't finished in the top 3. But Robertino Diodoro, very savvy off the claim. He wins at 21% when racing horses first off the claim. And I think that, like I said, the particular configuration of this track here at Ellis Park sometimes lends itself nicely to those sprinter body types because it is just that one turn technically that we have here at Ellis. So I certainly think Fiery Tail is one to consider, and definitely made an appearance in the paddock with how built and stocky and muscular that he is. So one that caught my eye for sure. And again, the connections, haven't had a winner yet at the meet. They haven't run that many horses, just one in fact, I believe, but certainly a barn that wins 25% in claiming races has to be considered in here. So Robertino Doro saddling the 5 horse. I did think that the 4 horse Altered, who comes off a win with Jimmy Graham, he's aboard this time again as well. He won it a mile and a 16th at Churchill Downs last time against claiming types. He's a really narrow type of a gelding, one that they've kind of bounced between sprint races and also longer races, but he's one that definitely has a light frame. I'd like to see him maybe put on just a little bit more muscle there as far as my paddock eye is concerned, but riders getting the leg up now, and the horses are headed out to the track. The start of the pick 5 is right here. My top selection, 7, 6, and 5. Good luck.
on the track here for the fifth race from Ellis Park. Race number 5 starts a 50-cent late pick 5 field of 7. No program changes. One play show, exacta try, super daily double, pick 3, and starts at late pick 5. And we kick it off here with a claimant event to go a mile on the sloppy main. Post time in 4 minutes. And the horses approaching the starting gate, just less than a minute here to make any remaining wagers on the 5th, including that pick 5. If you've not made those, you better hurry. They're starting to load in. Jurisdiction going up for Frank Miller. 4 to 5 on Anna Spree for Brittany and Chris Emy. Fiery Tail for Deodora Barn. Unidentified Man, and Raylu in those pink silks from the Calhoun barn. He goes in on a spree to the outside at even money. Goes in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Rocket start for the favorite on a spree, who's reaching out for the early lead. Through the vine, away in the second spot. Pink Silks of Unidentified Man races third. Up to the outside, Fiery Tail is fourth. Still two. Back to Altered, who is in fifth. And Ego is sixth early. And Jurisdiction is seventh and trailing. They work around the opening turn, just about 10, 11 lengths from top to bottom. Almost three across the course. On a spree at odds of 3 to 5. Show the way from the middle through the vine. Fiery Tail makes it 3 in a line across the course with 5 furlongs to go. That trio has quickened a half a dozen lengths better than Unidentified Man, who races into fourth position. Ego's up a couple of spots now. Altered his second last. Jurisdiction can still see them all. Half mile to go as they head over by the Tree People, and up top, the half was 46-1 for On a Spree. On a Spree shows the way 3 parts of a length. Through the vine, still tracking from second. Meanwhile, Fiery Tail is starting to lose touch with those leaders from third. 4 lengths for the back. Unidentified Man just got blew by Ego. Ego just went right on by that one. He's rolling up the fence. Still 4 back to Altered as they continue to race around the turn. Long way last is Jurisdiction. 1 quarter to go for On a Spree at odds of 3 to 5, who shows them to the top of the lane. And On a Spree splashing home shows the way by 4. Up the inside, Ego is raced up into second, through the vine third, and then everybody else inside the final furlong. On a Spree is still there with a 16th to go. He's shaken up as Ego is starting to get to him to the outside. Ego is running out of racetrack. On a Spree rescued by the wire. On a Spree won 3 parts of a length. Ego did make a valiant effort up to be second, through the vine third, and then a photograph for fourth and 1:36-2. But On a Spree, no doubt about it, 3 to 5 gets it done to give Brittany another winner on the card. Judges posting number 7 On a Spree as the race winner. Second to 6, Ego. Third, number 2, Through the Vine, photograph for fourth. Result of that photograph for fourth showed that the 4 Altered got up, 7.624. Seven, 6, 2, 4. Unofficially into the winner's circle. Here's Chris Amy with those Killer Bee silks. Not much mud on there as Amy goes virtually gate to wire on a spree. A 6-year-old son of Spitestown out of the unbridled song mare named Adventure. The winner now 2 for 2 on an off surface. Gate to wire here, well handled by Chris up top. The winner owned and trained by Brittany Vandenberg. And on a spree, covered the mile in 136 into on a spree on a winning streak here. 2 wins, perfect 2 for 2 over the off surface. As the People's Pick 3 to 5, your official winner. Up next, race number 6 starts the pick 4. Now, the all-turf pick 3 has been canceled, but the late pick 4 starts in race 6, taken off the turf, Muddy Main. Scratch numbers 2, 3, 5, 6, 10. The 11 is in, 23 minutes. Good luck.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms. Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Race number 6 next up here at Ellis Park, 5.5 furlongs the distance here. And do note that we are off of the grass for this race. So it will be held on the main track, which is listed as sloppy. Plenty of scratches in here because of that. But I will say my top selection after the scratches went to the 7-horse, The Club, for trainer Vicky Oliver, 3-year-old daughter of Union Rags, who I thought looked really fit here in the paddock. This is one that they have been racing at the allowance level for the last race, rather. Finished 6th that day, Churchill Downs, in a race that was again taken off of the turf course, but certainly, I'm sorry, that was the 8 Honor that I was talking about, had been taken off the turf course. But the 7, The Club for Vicky Oliver, was a Churchill Downs at that allowance level. Finished 10th, just really didn't do any running that day. I don't know what the issue was for her. Prior to that, she was trained by Christophe Clement, and that was back at Gulfstream Park. Had a couple of races there, as well as Belmont and Saratoga, and had some earlier form. In fact, was 5th in the Grade 3 event on the grass in the Grade 3 Matron, and only finished 2 lengths off of the leaders that day. Obviously, as we are talking about the main track surface, you want to try to look at those efforts. The race back on July 29th at Saratoga, it was a sloppy racetrack, and she was able to finish 2nd that day against Tough Maiden Special Weight Company, and in fact, she was the heavy favorite then too, at 45 cents on the dollar as part of the entry. So the Club, for me, I thought might have some wet track form, and for that reason might be a contender in here. I do want to say that Honor That, the 8 for trainer Chris Davis, looks excellent in the paddock. She is filled out, covered in dapples here, a nice speedy horse, at least in some of her prior races. She's also been a contender in races that have been taken off the turf, although she's only been on the fast track before and not a wet track. She certainly looks healthy and fit and ready to face these in here. Coming out of a nice workout at Ellis Park, 4 furlongs in 47-2. So I'd have to say part of my selections as well. Then you have the 9 Elegant Joy, first time Lasix for this one. Brendan Walsh, the conditioner, and Joe Talamo gets the ride here. This is a horse that's had some trouble in some of the prior races, but going to come off the layoff for a barn that hits at 19% after 180 days. Best of luck. Race number 6 up next.
Billies and Mares up on the track for the 6th race. It has been taken off of the turf. It will be ran on a sloppy main. At the same distance in this race, scratch numbers 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10. 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, all scratch. The 11 draws in. The $3 all-turf pick 3 has been canceled and refunded. The pick 4, though, starts here. The regular pick 3 here in the 6th race. Again, the late pick 4 starts here, including that Ellis Park Turf Stakes. That race will stay on the turf. The others are off. Race 6 up next in 6. Just 2 minutes remain to wager on race 6 at Ellis. 2 minutes, including that pick 4 starts here. The late pick 4, just 2 minutes. Now 1 minute, the field has turned, approaching the starting gate here. This 5.5 furlong start. Down to a field of 5, 3-2 on Honor That. Honor That. Jose Lopez up for Gary Broad and Chris Davis. My money in the line. My money for the Claim to Fame stables. Trainer Shea Stewart. Laura's Charm going in. The Club. Coming up. Seven to 5 on Honor That moving in. And Monocacy to the outside. Field of 5 at the post. And they are racing. Slow start for my money. Quick one, though, for the favorite Honor That, who's out to the offensive. Laura's Charm is in chase mode there from second. The Club, Kimway racing into third position, advancing early. There goes my money underneath. Monocacy at the back of the pack. Single file past the half-mile pole into the far turn run. And Honor That is made the points, build up a 1.5 lead. Laura's Charm is tracking from second now. 3 wide. There goes the Club up into third. My money to the inside from fourth. And at the back of the pack, about 7 lengths off the lead, is Monocacy. Rounding the turn, 5/16 to go. And Honor That in a chilly Jose Lopez show the way a 1.5 to Laura's Charm from second. 3 deep is the Club. Up the inside comes my money. They're off the turn and into the stretch. And Honor That out in the center of the course is in front by 4. Up the inside, my money. She's raced up into second. Then it is the Club and Laura's Charm. 1:16 to go. Honor That was always in front. And Honor That made every point winning one. Honor That at even money's going to win all the way up top by about 2 1/4 in the end. My money was second. Then it was the Club. And Laura's Charm was fourth. Judges posting top 4 finishers. Winner 8, Honor That. Second, number 1, My Money. Third, number 7, The Club. And fourth, number 4, Laura's Charm. 8174. Into the winner's circle. Here she is, number 8, Honor That. Coast to coast winner. Honor That, a 4-year-old bay daughter by Honor Code out of the Boundary mare named All That. The winner's owned by Gary Broad. Well prepared by Chris Davis. And ridden to victory up top by Jose Lopez. Number 8, Honor That. She now picks up her second lifetime victory. Gate to wire in 104 flat. 434 to win, 282 to place, 216 to show, exacta 440, try 447, the double 430, pick 3, $9.10. The 7th race, sponsored by Run Happy, starts your final pick 3 of the week here at Ellis. Race number 7, post time in 23 minutes. Couple of changes. Scratch the 1, Sunny River. Take out number 4, Awesome Ali V. Scratch the 10, She's a Pistol. Beware the 13 is in. Post time in 23 minutes.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
With some of the fullest fields in the country and quality racing year-round, there's never been a better time to reap the rewards of breeding and racing in Kentucky. Purse money in Kentucky is at an all-time high, as is average purse per race, outpacing California, Florida, and New York. Kentucky breds. Breed them, raise them, race them. We all win.
Race number 7 here at Ellis Park, just about 10 minutes away. The distance 1 mile on that sloppy racetrack here at Ellis Park. A maiden special weight for $60,000, sponsored by our friends there at Run Happy. This one for fillies and mares 3 years old and up, and you still have a pick 3 available to play here at Ellis for the final 3 races on the card. This one, a really good-looking paddock of horses in here. In fact, I have to say that I thought that the 2 horse made a really nice impression. Dorothea for Brendan Walsh, 3-year-old daughter of Bernardini, who gets Joe Telemo aboard today. She's absolutely covered in dapples. Really, really nice, healthy, hydrated coat on her. She's got a nice scopy walk to her as well. Certainly looks like an athlete out here. Bred and owned by Godolphin LLC, and she's going to run second start off of a little bit of a layoff. She started here at Ellis Park last year on August 7th over the 6 furlongs and didn't really do any running that day. She did against Tarabi, who ended up being a pretty nice horse. And then she came back at Churchill Downs in June and finished second, just beaten by 2 lengths at the end. But she certainly seems like a filly that's kind of grown up into herself a little bit, and I think certainly has a nice opportunity to do well here. She comes from some nice stock as well. Her dam was a grade 3 winner in the Iowa Oaks, the Arlington Park Oaks, where she set a new track record over that synthetic too. So, she's got some nice breeding to her and certainly made a nice appearance here in the paddock. The 3-horse Run Up the Score, trained by Chad Brown, a leading trainer here throughout the country, especially when you're talking about the New York racing circuit. Jimmy Graham is aboard this one, a 3-year-old daughter of Lord Nelson. Kind of a smaller figure to her. She's a little bit more of a slighter filly, owned by Klarovich Stables. She's one that's finished in the top 3 for all 3 of her lifetime efforts, including 2 third-place finishes, albeit those were well-beaten third-place finishes over 6 and 6.5 furlongs. And then at Churchill Downs last time out, she finished second that day to Little Blaze, who I believe ran here just the other day. So Run Up the Score makes a nice appearance, certainly for a productive barn. She's one that I'd like to see her kind of puff up a little bit when they get out to the racetrack and start warming up for that event. The 8-horse in this field, that is Sweet Lady Ivanka. This one trains by Kenny McPeak, and I thought she looked extremely race fit. She's just had that one start at Saratoga. In fact, last year she ran in September of that, and then they gave her some time off. She was trained by Chad Brown at the time, now trained by Kenny McPeak. She gets Lasix for the first time here in her second career start, but just like the way that she looked, that she had been really well prepared, a lot of really good works for her, and plenty of gate works as well. So we'll see how she is here, but the fact that they gave her such a long layoff, she didn't have a recorded work since October, came back in June. She had a workout in July, 2 in July, the early part of there. But she does look like a horse that has a decent amount of fitness given all of that time away from the track. So interested to see her in this field. We'll mention the 12-horse, that is Marina's Gold for John Ortiz. Gets Lasix for the debut today. She's the daughter of Mucho Macho Man. Raylu Gutierrez will be in the irons here. This is the first start for her, a barn that wins at 24% with first-time Lasix, 25% when debuting at a mile or over. But I will say she's one that kind of looks a little sleepy in the paddock. She didn't really want to walk into the paddock at first, and she's just not one that's woken up very much. So I'm hoping as they continue to kind of walk her around, she'll pep up a little bit, and possibly that'll just take her getting to the racetrack as well. 13 does draw in. That's Landed Gentry for Robert Medina. This one owned by Blackwood Stables. Mikhail Michel gets aboard after that first win in North America. Nice breeding on this filly as well. They take the blinkers off here today. The dam actually won the Grade 1 test in 2016 and made $600,000, a multiple graded stakes winner. So royal breeding there for the daughter of Swap Flipperoo, the dam, the Classic Empire on the top side. But second start off the layoff for this filly, as she is going to try Ellis Park for the first time. Never been on a wet track, but she's got those 4 starts already, so she does have some nice fitness to her as well. A tough maiden special weight headed your way for race number 7 here at Ellis Park. Good luck.
Richie Cunningham and Brett Burkhead bringing them out for the 7th race here at Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy. Scratch numbers 1, 4, 5, 10, and be aware the 13 is in. Jockey change on the 9, weigh the apprenticeship allowance, make the weight 124 pounds, and put Florent Giroux up top. 7th race, sponsored by Run Happy, maiden special weight for the girls to go a mile per $60,000 as race 7 starts the final pick 3 on the card. Post time in 4 minutes. And the maiden fillies and mares have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for race number 7 at the P-Patch, sponsored by Run Happy. Go a mile out of the chute here on a sloppy main surface. The well-bred Gunmall coming up. Gunmall by Gunrunner out of Sweet Lulu. Just Get It in. Marina's Gold coming up from the red hot John Ortiz barn. And Landed Gentry to the outside. Draws in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Good beginning for Dorothy. Also, Fine Cotton is flashing speed from between horses. There goes a run up the score in the Claremont Silks as they work around the turn. They fan out about 5-6 across the course. 6.5 furlongs to go, and it is Dorothy who shows the way. Run up the score second. 3 wide. Texas Lucky is third as they straighten for the backstretch journey. Now Fine Cotton backs off the speed from fourth. Out in the clear, Gunmall is next on debut. Sweet Lady Ivanka is up the inside, 2 in front of Marina's Gold, and 7 or 8 back to the 2 trailers at the back of the pack. Just Get It in Landed Gentry. Just outside 4.5 furlongs to go, a strung out field behind a quarter 22 and 4. Dorothy shows the way by the half-mile stage, and her lead is a length. Run up the score to the outside in second. Up the inside, still Texas Lucky third. Fine Cotton is inching forward for Flo. He's 4 wide, and making a run there is she. 2 lengths in front of Sweet Lady Ivanka, who's waiting to be let go. A couple lengths further back, going the wrong way. That is Gunmall. With 5/16 to go, the leader still Dorothy, and Joe Talamo showing the way. Up the inside, here comes Texas Lucky to the inside of Run Up the Score as they race around the turn to the top of the home stretch. And Dorothy, the daughter of Bernardini, has led every yard and turns them on down 2 to the good. Up the inside, Texas Lucky still there down the center of the track. Sweet Lady Ivanka is up into second, chasing Dorothy. 7/8 was 24 and 1/16 to go. Dorothy desperately needs a line as Sweet Lady Ivanka is bearing down to the outside. Dorothy reaching, and Dorothy is winning. Sweet Lady Ivanka was second, then a half a dozen links back to a photo for the Shoto. Race 7 sponsored by Run Happy in 137 and to wire winner for Godolphin. Upon review of the photograph, the trio of placing judges determined that number 11, Gunmall, got up to be third and fourth. Number 9, Fine Cotton, 2-8, 11-9, 2-8, 11-9. Into the winner's circle, number 2, Dorothy. Held together beautifully up top by Joe Talabo. Goes gate to wire. 3-year-old made order by Bernardini out of the Machiavellian mare named Marietta. The winner's owned by Godolphin LLC. Trained by Brendan Walsh and Joe Talabo. Up top. The winner goes gate to wire, the mile in 1:37 and 2 to break the maiden. 2:8:11:9. Race 7 official, $7.96 to win, $4.96 in the middle, $3.68 to show. Dime Super, $126.30 on a 2-8-11-9 combination. 2-8 exacta for a buck, $26.36. The winning trifecta was 2-8-11. The 2-8-11 trifecta for a 50-cent wager gets you back $104.93. The daily double, $6.29. Pick 3, $6.87. Up next, the feature race of the day. The 18th running of the Ellis Park Turf Stakes, $75,000 stake event for the girls to go a mile and 16th on the turf. We are on the turf this race. The turf course is listed as yielding. Now in this race, number 3, Will's Secret. She is a late scratch. Field of 7 left in the Ellis Park Turf. Up next in 22 minutes.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
feature race here at Ellis Park, race number 8, and this is the Ellis Park Turf Stakes. It does stay on the turf course here, which is listed as yielding with all the wet weather that we have had, but a nice field of horses assembled. The distance, a mile into 16th here, and don't forget that rail set at 24 feet as well. Top selections for me, man, it was hard to pick with this paddock full of horses, but I went with the 1, 4, and the 8 originally. I will say the 8 has really caught my eye since stepping into the paddock here, but the 1 Undisturbed will get to first. Ian Wilkes, the conditioner, Florent Giroux aboard there for that ride. And this is a horse who last time went a mile and a half. That was pretty far for her. She put in, I thought, a good effort up until just the very end of that in the Kirtana at Churchill Downs, which is a pretty competitive stakes race there. So like this distance much better for her. And in fact, she has kind of stayed around that mile and a 16th in quite a few of her races. And so I think she's well suited here. But she's a filly that really seems to like the turf course at Ellis. She is 2 for 2 here. Granted, when she ran over the turf course here in the past, it was rated as firm, whereas obviously she has to deal with a little bit more give in the ground. As far as her past performances go, I don't see her to have a lot of that experience, minus when she ran at Keeneland over the good turf course, but that was a mile and a half, so I'm not sure if that effort was due to maybe the competition, obviously, there at Keeneland, the distance of the race, or if it was the give in the ground. So interested to see Undisturbed, a beautiful gray mare in here, daughter of Lee. The 4 is Market Rumor, also saddled by Ian Wilkes. This is one that 2 races back had a really nice effort at Keeneland, won by a head there, and last time was in the Grade 3 Mint Julep, a very tough field. Graded Stakes, Gam's Mission was in there, who's a Graded Stakes winner. Dalica, also a nice horse, so good field in that one assembled, but she is 1 for 1 Ellis Park as well. She's ran over this turf course before when it was listed as good, so it did have just a little bit of give in the ground for her. At this distance also, she is 2 for 5. She's one that I think made a nice appearance here as well, as both of Ian's horses have. And again, the 8, I will mention that one, Demo Dog for Brendan Walsh, coming off the layoff. And always, when horses have had time between races, I like to see them in the paddock looking fit, looking alert, certainly tucked up with that fitness. And I think she checks all those boxes for me. She's a daughter of American Pharoah, of course, Triple Crown winner, but we've seen him have a lot of really good offspring on the grass, and I think that she could be another one of those for him. She started off 1 on debut, and in fact followed that up with another win. She was ahead of a horse named Speightstown Shirl, who came back to do very well. She won an allowance next out at first, asking against winners, and then they placed her in a Grade 3 in the Lake George in Saratoga, and that was a tough effort for her. She didn't show much of herself that day. But she's now trained by Brendan Walsh, previously with Rudolph Broussais, going to make her first start in 2022. But again, she certainly looks like she is on the muscle, one of those horses that walks with a lot of intention. She's got the earplugs in today, so don't have to worry about any crowd noise for her. And certainly a horse that made a nice appearance. Interested to see where she's going to run as far as positioning goes. Did have a lot of speed on debut. And then she came from off the pace when she won the second time out. Last time just ran kind of flat from the rail, but I'd expect to see her maybe set the trip there from the outside post position. The 6 horse in here is Joy of Painting, one I think Jimmy McNerney liked when we were talking earlier in the preview show, but a really well-built type. She's got a lot of power behind. Trained by Rusty Arnold, Jimmy Graham going to be aboard for the ride here. And in fact, he rode this horse to a second-place effort at Keeneland over the good turf course back in October of 2021 when they had the lead. In fact, I think some of her best races have been when she's shown early speed. I don't want to necessarily typecast her as a need the lead horse, but when she hasn't had it or when she's lost the lead, she's lost a lot of that finish that she showed when she was out there in front. So we'll see how she does with this field, because I do think there are some other speed horses in here that she might have to contend with. So that being the 1, Undisturbed, Fair Game could be out there as well. And like I mentioned, the 8 probably stalking the pace a little bit. But yielding turf course here for the Ellis Park Turf Stakes as the riders start to get a leg up there. 24 feet for that rail, and the turf listed as yielding. But best of luck in our feature race of the day.
The horses on the track for the featured 18th running of the Ellis Park Turf Stakes, $75,000 stake event for the fillies and mares to go a mile and 16th on a turf course listed as yielding. Here's the field for the Ellis Park Turf. Number 1, Undisturbed, owned in partnership by Lawrence and Ann Jett. The trainer Ian Wilkes and Florent Giroux up top. Number 2, Fair Game, with jockey Rafael Bejarano carrying the green and white silks of owner G. Watts Humphrey Jr. The trainer is Vicky Oliver. Scratch the 3, Will's Secret. Number 4, Market Rumor. She's owned by Randall Block and 6 Columns Stables LLC of Brad Stevens and others. The trainer of this one is Ian Wilkes as well. Chris Landeros will call the shots up top. Number 5 is Russian Mafia, owned by Ismail Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by Eduardo Rodriguez. Julio Felix is in the irons. The 6, Joy of Painting, Daughter of Munnings, is owned by the Ashbrook Farm, trained by Rusty Arnold. James Graham is in the saddle. Number 7, Caroline Story, owned by Gary Broad, trained by Chris Davis with Jose Lopez. And completing the field for the Ellis Park Turf, number 8, Demo Dog, owned by Donato Lani and John Youngblood. Brendan Walsh, the conditioner, and Vincent Chaminade is the jockey. That's the field for the 18th running of the Ellis Park Turf Stakes. They'll go a mile and 16th on the turf course listed yielding, rail outward to 24 feet. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, starts the late daily double. Does the Ellis Park Turf Stakes in 4 minutes. Crossing over to the turf course here for the 18th running of the Ellis Park Turf. Fillies and Mares to go a mile and 16th. Field of 7. 7 for 5 on Market Rumor, who's coming into line. Daughter of Fleet Alex. Now goes 3-2 with Chris Landeros. Russian Mafia and Julio Felix moving in. Joy of Painting, Caroline Story, and Demo Dog, the final 3. Caroline Story 27-1 goes in. And Demo Dog, the supplemental entry to the outside. They are at the post. And they are racing in the Ellis Park Turf Stake. Awkward start for Caroline Story, but she recovers nicely. Meanwhile, up the inside, the gray Undisturbed will control the tempo onto the run the first turn. Fair Game away in the second position. Up on the extreme outside, it's Joy of Painting. Now, Caroline Story has worked her way all the way over to the rail, saving every yard into the run the first turn from fourth. Demo Dog is fifth with about 5.5 to make up. Then the favorite Market Rumor is next, and at the back of the pack, Russian Mafia is last of them all. The quarter was 24-4. They go up the backside with just about 5.5 furlongs to travel. The field covered by about 9 lengths, and it is Undisturbed who shows the way up the backside. Joy of Painting applies the heat to the outside. Then a length and a half further back, a trio of horses down along the inside. Fair Game, Demo Dog to the outside, and between those is Caroline Story. Still 3 back to Market Rumor, who's second last, in Russian Mafia's last half mile to go in the Ellis Park Turf. 7 lengths top to bottom, the half mile 48. And 4, it's Undisturbed, who's unchallenged on the lead into the far turn run. Her lead still linked. Joy of Painting still tracking to the outside from second. Down the inside, Fair Game, Demo Dog's been parked out wide every yard. Then it's Caroline Story. Now Market Rumor is being let go. And here she comes with a 5-wide blitz around the turn with a quarter to go. Undisturbed is there, but here comes Market Rumor ratcheting up the pressure to the top of the home stretch. And Market Rumor up to the outside of Undisturbed. And the stablemates square off with a furlong to go. From between horses, Joy of Painting outside the 16th pull, way out wide. Market Rumor has struck the front. Undisturbed is battling back, but up top it's Market Rumor to complete the Ian Wilkes exact in the Ellis Park Turf Stakes. Market Rumor won over Undisturbed. Then it was Demo Dog, and Fair Game was fourth in 1:43 and 2. Market Rumor closed in from second last to run down her pace-setting stablemate to win the Ellis Park Turf. Judges posting the top 4 in the Ellis Park Turf. Winner number 4, Market Rumor. Second, the 1, Undisturbed. Third, number 8, Demo Dog. And finishing 4th was the 2, Fair Game. 4-1-8-2 unofficially in the Ellis Park Turf. Into the winner's circle, number 4, Market Rumor. She's a 5-year-old beat owner by a Fleet Alex out of the Street Sense mare named Taylor Street. Winner's owned by Randall Block and the 6 Column Stables LLC. The winning trainer, Mr. Ian Wilkes and Chris Landeros. The winning jockey, Market Rumor, closing from off the pace down the center of the course to win to pick up our 5th lifetime victory. Now a perfect 2 for 2 here at the P Patch. Market Rumor takes the Ellis Park Turf Stakes in 143-2. And the Ellis Park Turf is official. Prices are up. At this time, I'd like to direct your attention into the winner's circle, where the trophy presentation will be made to the winning connections of the winner of the 18th running of the Ellis Park Turf Stakes, number 4, Market Rumor. Her connections, owner Randall Block, 6 Column Stables, trainer Ian Wilkes, and Chris Landeros for their victory here in the Ellis Park Turf. Making the trophy presentation, up in the winner's circle, making the trophy presentation, from Ellis Park, Mr. Jeff Inman. Again, Jeff Inman making the presentation here to the winning connections of number 4, Market Rumor, for the victory here in the Ellis Park Turf. 9th race up next off the turf. Mile and a quarter on the main. Post time in 20 minutes. Scratch numbers 3, 5, 8, 9, 10.
Market Rumor wins the Ellis Park Turf Stakes here at Ellis Park, of course, for Ian Wilkes and Chris Landeros, who joins me now in the winner's circle. Chris, it seems like such a versatile mare. I mean, in her race record, she's been on the lead before, she's been covered up. That's what you did today. Tell me about your ride and the plan going into it.
I kind of just break and let her kind of dictate where she needs to be. Like you said, she's versatile. You don't want to get in a hurry with her. You also don't want to take nothing away from her. She's cool as they come. Thanks to Ian, the owners, makes my job easy. She's just a cool filly.
She's now a nice older mare here, and you've ridden her for the majority of her career, both on dirt and on turf. How has she developed since you've been on early on, and then, of course, with the surface change over to the grass, which she seems to be very good at?
She's actually growing up a lot. Even today and at Keeneland, when she won the allowance race there, she broke and kind of off the bit, kind of like a true turf horse, where early when she was younger on the dirt, she was a little keen and wanting to kind of be in contention early. She's kind of showing me another tactics, and like I said, she's pretty versatile. I just let her tell me what I need to do.
Maybe a little favorite for you.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Market Rumor wins the Ellis Park Turf Stakes here at Ellis Park. One more race to go. We'll be back with you in a few. ninth and final here at Ellis Park as we have an allowance event for $61,000, non-winners of one other than. This race taken off of the grass, so it will be run on the main track. That distance, a mile and a quarter, same as the Kentucky Derby distance, in fact. But a nice field of horses assembled. We did have some scratches, which changed some things, I know, certainly for my top selections and tickets. But I ended up going with the 11, 2, and 10 as my top picks. The 11 horse just walking in front of me now. This one, Family Man, who was entered for the main track only in the first place. So a horse that certainly they thought would prefer being on this main track and gets it here. Although he has never been on an off surface before, a sloppy racetrack or anything else. He's certainly a horse that's had some recent success. Comes off of 2 consecutive wins at the starter allowance level, both at Churchill Downs, going the distance of 1.1 miles and 1.16 miles, so just a little bit shorter with that 1.1 miles than what he'll get today. But certainly a horse that seems like he's got a lot of endurance to him. And in fact, I think is built that way as well. He's a really big, good-sized horse, big-bodied type, so I think certainly he fits this classic distance type of a look as far as his conformation is concerned. So I like what I see from him here. He's been very well behaved as well, and certainly well conditioned by the connections. Also wanted to mention the 2 horse in here, that's Rogue Element for Jeff Hiles, has had 2 starts over the off track before. In fact, has had a second place finish as well. So certainly seems like he's one that the wet track hasn't bothered in the past. He's also been quite a versatile horse in that he won at Keeneland against Maiden Claiming Company 3 races back at the 1.16 miles. He won at the 1.1 miles on the grass and now returns to the main track surface here. He's actually had a really nice second at Keeneland over the sloppy going. So I think as far as his past experience goes, he does himself a lot of favors by being able to handle the off track. Red Hornet, the 10 with the blinkers on today for Anemia, also with 3 seconds recently. So a little bit of second-itis for him, but he's hoping to improve here today. A horse that has only been on the grass. We'll see how he handles the slop as the riders get the leg up. Best of luck in the 9th and final here at Ellis Park.
On the track here for the 9th and final for this week of racing here at Ellis. It is a first level allowance race to go 1.25 miles on the sloppy main. Race off the turf on the main. Scratch numbers 3, 5, 8, 9, 10. 3, 5, 8, 9, 10 all scratched. That takes us down to a field of 7. Don't forget the main track onlys have drawn in. The 11 and 12 both have drawn in. Again, the 11 Family Man and the 12 Saquil have drawn in. Win, play, show, exacta try, and a superfecta to close out the show. Post time in 5 minutes. Once again in this race, numbers 3, 5, 8, 9, 10 scrats, 11 and 12 are in. And there's a jockey change. Jockey change in here on the 6 Chantry Flats, Gerardo Corrales. Ladies and gentlemen, in this race, be aware that number 2, Rogue Element, contrary to the program, did wear blinkers in his most recent start at Churchill Downs and will wear them again today. Again, he does have the blinkers on. You see those black blinkers on Rogue Element. That is not a change. He's worn them in the last several starts, including the last start. Again, contrary to the program, Rogue Element did wear blinkers in his last start, and he's going to wear them again today. And the horses loading in here for the 9th and final. We'll go the classic distance of 1.25 miles. Again, with the Ellis Park circumference, 1.1 miles will start at the 8th pole. Family Man going in. Now World Cruiser coming up. And Sakil will complete the load. Field of 7 at the post, and they are racing to a perfect beginning. Chantry Flats and Defied flashing speed, also from the inside. World Cruiser away in good order. Rogue Element settles along down the inner rail. Now Family Man from the outside is up there as well. Sakil came away racing second last as they race buys for the first time. Common Bond is last. Compact field for this classic distance as they hit over the turn. Just about 8 lengths from top to bottom. Defied and Apprentice Gage Holmes shows the way. 2 lengths to Chantry Flats and Corrales from second. World Cruiser and Chris Amy tucked down along the inner rail from third. Family Man and Talamo out in the clear from fourth, about 7 off the pace. Then 4 lengths further back in the 5th position is Rogue Element and Sealand. Just to that one's outside Common Bond and Rafael Bejarano and Sakil and Arietta at the back of the pack. A dozen lengths top to bottom. as they head up the backside with 5.5 furlongs to travel. Half mile on the board. Kind of quick for this distance, 47-2, and it is Defied. And the Apprentice shows the way. The lead is about 6 lengths. Chantry Flats in a perfect spot from second. Family Man off the also is up into third. Down on the inside, World Cruiser still hard held there from fourth. Common Bond has been inching and picking his way up through the pack. Still 2 back to Rogue Element. And Sakila is now underway from the back of the pack. Into the far turn, about 3.5 furlongs from home, 3/4, 111-3. And Defied still paving the path, but the lead is diminished to just about 4.5 lengths. Now, Family Man draws an ever closer second. Common Bond continues to pick them off one by one from the backfield, running on Sakil. That's all for Chantry Flats, and Rogue Element is still second last. World Cruiser is last. Top of the home stretch. Whip is out on Defied, and Defied shows the way by 2, but here's Family Man sweeping up and after the lead up the inside. Common Bond, 1 furlong to go. Defied is shaken up on a tenuous lead. Here comes Common Bond up the inside, down the outside. Family Man, 1/16 left. Defied's breathing fire. Common Bond has found there's some room to the inside. Family Man late on the scene. Sakil, Common Bond, and Rafael Bejarano win the closer. They win the last by about the length in the end. Family Man was second, then it was Sakil, and pace setting Defied was fourth in 2 minutes 3 and 3. Judges posting top 4. Winner 1, Common Bond. Second, number 11, Family Man. Third, number 12, Sakil. And fourth to 7, Defied. 1-11-12-7.
He's been running on the dirt.
One 11-12-7. Into the winner's circle, Common Bond, with the same connections of the Kentucky Derby winner this year, owner Richard Dawson, trainer Eric Reed. Number 1, Common Bond rolls from the back of the pack up the inside to win here to close out the show. Covered the 1.25 miles in 2:03 and 3. Common Bond, a 4-year-old Guerrero gelded son by the Factor out of the Empire Maker mare named Empress. Again, the winner owned by Richard Dawson. Trained by Eric Reed and Rafael Bejarano, the winning jockey. One 11-12-7 to close out the show here on a Sunday from Hendo. And live racing will be back at you next week on Friday with an 8-race card and a 1250 post. And the ninth and final official, the winner closed out the show here at 8-1, returns 18-10, 553.48, exacta 27.77, 50-cent pick 5, $142.13 rather. The pick 4, $100.39, 4 of 5 in the pick 5, $281 each. Dime Super, $41.70. The $1 exacta 111 was $27.77. The winning trifecta was 111 and 12, 50-cent variety, $44.32. The double, $33.07. And the pick 3, 2, 4, and 1 combination returned $79.03. Well, that wraps it up for this week of racing here at Ellis Park. Live racing back at you next Friday at 12:50. You're invited to stick around. Fun doesn't stop here. The clubhouse is open and running as always with the HHR machines in there and also simulcast action from tracks throughout the country. Well, until next Friday, I'm track announcer Jimmy McNerney. I'll see you where the money is.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Henderson captures what's inside you. Nature and history are its backdrop. Always familiar, but never the same. So, what's your nature?